Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody, to some more Death Stranding Director's Cut. So we beat the game. We beat the game. I'm gonna give it a second to load here, I guess. All that's left now is working through 100%ing it. And I'm not going for like an in-game full... Most likely not going for an in-game full 100%. I'm just getting all of the achievements on Steam. Which is still the vast majority. Well, okay, I don't know about that. It's still a good chunk of the game. It's still a very good chunk of it. So what do we need to do? We haven't even connected all of the facilities yet. There's post-game stuff. Create and upgrade everything. Get all of the memory chips, and apparently some of those don't spawn until... This might not be true. I was just looking at a guide for it. And they recommended 5-starring everything first. I don't know if that means that things will only spawn when that happens. That could be. But yeah, that's another thing we have to do. We have to 5-star everything. 20 unique premium deliveries in each category with an S evaluation. We're working toward that. So I don't think there's really any more... There's not a crazy amount of more dialogue. We can just hang out. I think it's just a hangout stream. And actually, just before this... Do we have anything new here? No, okay. Just before this, I was watching... There's a new Down the Rabbit Hole that snuck out of nowhere. It's not what I thought it was going to be, because I swear he's still working. I swear Fred said that he was doing... That he was doing, Down the Rabbit Hole for Foxhole. And I don't think that's out yet. Is it? No. I'm like 90% sure he said he was going to do that. What is that? It's got 6,000 likes. Whoa! How did I only get an A? Okay, we got a whole bunch of stuff in here, luckily. Here's what I'm thinking. I think we do deliveries first. Before we build everything. For maximum efficiency, because then I can keep my chiral crystals, and that gives us... How much do I have on me? That's 20 kilograms of free weight. And we'll probably just grab everything, right? The only thing that we can't really do is the urgent stuff other than this, because I can just head straight there. You think I can drive around that? Does that ever go away? It does. We do get a window. Is there an easy way to wait for 10 minutes specifically? I don't know. Is there any way I can get a vehicle around that easily? Maybe they won't be there. Let's be optimistic. Maybe they're gone. I'm grabbing the ones that we need right now, and that'll be these icons here. The only ones we don't need are the ones with 2 hands. These are the ones we do not need. Let's see if we can fit all this first. And I would like my own custom long-range truck that I can draw how I want. I can fit all of it, and it barely made a dent. That's nothing.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated.
Why not take everything? Why not? Too many active orders? I didn't know that was a thing. Too many active orders. How many is too many? I didn't know you could do that. These work on BTs, right? Yeah, I think these all do. Should I just make a bunch of anti-BT rockets? Yeah, you can put hematic rockets in it. Like, is that insane? Maybe we'll make one. And I do want one of these. And I want... Where's this going? I actually don't really need that. Whatever, throw it on the truck, I don't care. Fine, take the grenades, we got grenade pouches. I don't remember if I need boots, take some boots. Bring a grenade launcher. And I think we're good.
Order assigned.
Here's what I would say if I wasn't going to go and... I guess delete a bunch of orders because we have too many. Man, I don't want to, though. Son of a gun. Our boots are completely fine. Well, that's okay.
Keep on keeping up. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restriction. Have a pleasant journey.
No time.
Someone's happy.
Maybe the BTs won't be here. Maybe we're just gonna go and wait at the shelter for 10 minutes, and then the BTs, the rain should be gone. I don't know if that means the BTs will be.
Okay, rain's let up.
It says there's not any rain there. Although this did screw us out of our S+, unfortunately. Or our S or whatever. Those are probably going to be the more annoying ones. We're just going to have to like dedicate runs to those. Tell you what though. No BTs. No BTs. Okay, this does work. No BTs. What's going on, Lucas? Welcome, welcome, welcome. No BTs. We figured it out. How fucked would it be if BTs could show up, if they could spawn anywhere that it was raining? I know that actually that doesn't make sense lore-wise. That's not how they have been explained to appear. That'd be fucked, though. That would be so frustrating. Vehicles would be useless. Unless they let me just drive past him. If they let me do that, I'd allow it. But I usually just get caught. Here you go. Here's all your junk.
Thank you, Sam. I figured you might show about now.
A B? Because I took that long? Damn. What should you have for dinner tonight? Tonight is I think tonight's a breakfast for dinner type of night. So I'm thinking bacon, sausage patties, hash browns, scrambled eggs. Maybe some pancakes. If you want something sweeter, throw some pancakes in.
Safe travel, Sam. You be careful, okay?
French toast.
Good work. New order.
We could do this while the BTs are gone. Awesome. When can I expect you to bring it? We're gonna have to figure out who in chat is like the nearest. I'm not gonna ask you to dox yourself because I can't do that. But I'll say that someone needs to know, and then they can bring it to you. Okay, yeah, this is actually not gonna work. I have to get rid of some of the orders. My truck is not even, it's like a quarter full. Yeah, we got to drop some of these orders, unfortunately. This one, cancel. That's super easy. Remember when you were fighting the final boss? And I asked you to tell me about the new game you've been playing on Steam? Yeah, what about it? These are probably there. These are probably at the facility. Yeah, because I was delivering it to them when I got sucked up in Unger's shit. Gosh darn it. Yeah, cancel that. Why'd you ask me that when you have 37 hours in the same game? Oh, because I was going to make a joke. I actually had a joke written down. But I wasn't, I couldn't find a way to make it work. Yeah, I couldn't make it work. Can I segue that into something funny now? Maybe. Hang on, let me get out of my thinking bit for a moment here. Oh. What here can I get rid of easily? Anything from Lake Knot I can get rid of. I think maybe I even just get rid of these and I'll just redo them. Yeah. This kills me inside a little bit. Yeah, I'll just redo these. Oh, is that a recover something? I mean, it's just down there, but that one's maybe a little bit too tedious. I don't feel like redoing that. Where could I have taken that? Can I see where cargo is located? I don't think so. Cover stuff from the terrorists. I'll just pick that up when I get there. That's easy to redo. That's easy to do. Okay, have I bought us enough yet? That surely. Okay.
Order assigned.
Are there roads in this area? No. Was that introduced? That's introduced in the real area. Okay. I don't believe there's roads you can build here. Why are people saying there's BTs here? I don't remember BTs. Oh wait, yeah, I do. Hang on, I do know that area. Ooh, it is raining.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I go grab all this stuff. Okay. And a lot of this is just floating down toward me anyhow. I do gotta put my gear on though. What am I doing? I also got way too much on me. What do I not need right now? Honestly, I think we take the speed skeleton. Come on. Got two more. I'll just grab them here. Oh! What did I just do? What did I just grab? Why did I grab that?
Okay.
verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
Oh, Vinny just finished. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
I'm
Yeah, I thought about it. I can't make it work. I can't make the joke work. Not right now. I can't segue into it.
safe travel.
I'm gonna hold it in my back pocket.
New order.
Let's see. Show me. No, I don't need everything you need to know. Is this a good video?
Yep.
What is this? I have to bring this to my other monitor. What did I just do? What is this? A tab? That's actually kind of a cool feature. Oh, it just deleted everything. And under that, why would you do that? I didn't ask you to do that. I just wanted you to delete the tab, Firefox. Where is it? Unnamed group? No, I just want the tab. There we go. Alright, so this is a story analysis of Death Stranding by Gingy, G-I-N-G-Y.
Death Stranding is an unforgettable experience because whether I like it or not, I will not forget about this game anytime soon. I say that because this game is odd yet remarkable. It's odd in more severe and critical ways, like its pacing and some elements about the story and gameplay, but it's also comically odd, like the fact that Jeff Keighley and Conan O'Brien have cameo appearances, and the game does this completely straight-faced, as if that's an entirely normal thing to see in a game. But it's also remarkable
that was
in all
Jeff
of those
Keighley?
same
I think we met
aspects,
that
as
guy.
its gameplay and story are impressively thought-provoking and unique, and those comedic elements really make the game feel like a game, something that's wackily filled with fourth wall breaks and strange NPC naming structures. As usual, the plan is to go through the story and discuss what's actually going on here, and trust me, there is a lot going on here in Death Stranding. We'll also be periodically taking breaks to discuss these story elements to see if they're well implemented. So without further ado, let's get started. I can't think of a better place to start when discussing the oddity that is Death Stranding than first starting with its intro. First impressions are important. For a game, I consider it to be the first 2 hours because it's still within the standard refund period. Death Stranding simultaneously has an amazing yet terrible first impression, depending on what you're looking for. Story-wise, it shows incredible promise and provides an intriguing plot alongside a mysterious world. Gameplay-wise, it's like 2 missions. The game starts with our protagonist Sam driving a motorcycle through some plains. Death Stranding sometimes excels at giving out information in a very natural way. Right behind Sam is an upside-down rainbow that is then followed by a rainstorm. But this rain is unique in that it ages anything it touches, as it turns part of Sam's hair white and it kills the birds and plants surrounding him. When he eventually gets to a cave to wait out the rain, we notice something is following him, along with there also being some random woman nearby. From their reactions, these creatures seem to be hostile to humans, and they also seem to be attracted to sound, which
I
is why
still
they're
don't have
holding their
Luden's
breath
farm.
and
Can I
making
just
very
go
subtle
there?
movements. We can also see that Sam is looking at the footprints while the girl named Fragile is looking up. This is because she can actually see the beings while Sam can only sense them. These invisible creatures are called BTs, or beached things. The reason these two can either sense or see them is that they have what's called dooms. Dooms, for a lack of a better word, are magical abilities that do things depending on your level. Sam has level 2 dooms, so he can only sense the BT's presence. Fragile has something higher than 2 since she can actually see them. She's also able to teleport, as we saw earlier. While they talk, we also see more of the Timefall's effects, as despite Fragile having the face of someone in their mid to late 30s, her hand is that of an older woman, suggesting Timefall can have some drastic and permanent effects. The last detail we learn is that both of them are porters. Fragile works for her own business, Fragile Express, and Sam is a freelancer. This gives us a pretty good idea of the world of Death Stranding and how different it is compared to our own, and we'll continue this theme by having Sam pair up with Igor. He needs help to dispose of a corpse, because simply burying them in the world is not an option. Once a body dies, it enters a stage of necrosis. If it reaches the final stages, BTs start to go towards the body. These smaller BTs then summon larger creatures. These larger creatures have what's called antimatter in them, and once the antimatter of a BT connects with the matter of a human body, it causes an explosion known as a void out. And just one of these can level an entire city, so it's critical that we not only get the body out of the city, as the resulting explosion would kill everyone, but we also need to get to an incinerator so that the flames can destroy the body, preventing the BTs from being able to connect with it. The last and final thing we see is a baby inside of a tank connected to Igor. These are bridge babies, and according to Igor, they help him sense the BTs. Fragile doesn't need one since she can see them, but Sam and Igor would need one since they can't. Sam's able to sense when BTs are nearby, so he could avoid them once he gets close. But having the bridge baby would help, as it uses this spinning device on his shoulder called an Odradek to show the exact direction it's in. All of this, once again, is fantastic and adds to the mystery of the world. What are these BTs, and what happened to the world to cause all this? The game lays out the information about the world's current condition, and also how humanity has adapted to it, allowing us to see the current state of the world at large. This all goes in the complete opposite direction though, as while Sam and Igor drive to the incinerator, Igor goes on a minute-long spiel about the world of Death Stranding before the events of the game. It's a lore dump, and while it's helpful to the player, Sam should already know this. He's been a delivery man for years and has been on his own for a while, so he should be aware what the Death Stranding is and what is happening within the world. Igor says that the Death Stranding caused the world to be the way that it is due to the world of the living and the dead mixing together. He also says that because of the constant threat of Timefall and the BTs, people have been isolated and held up inside the cities or in their own homes outside the cities. Sam, being a delivery man whose sole job is to go from place to deliver packages, should know this, so Igor explaining this to him is pointless. The game also does this later when people try to shake his hand. Sam never shakes people's hands due to a condition called aphenphosmphobia, which is the fear of being touched. He also seems to bruise easily when touched, which is why he avoids it. This is shown non-verbally multiple times, but when someone tries to shake...
You the delivery dude? Oh, that's a relief.
Oh no, okay, this is shift. Okay.
I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Respect, man. Seriously? Respect. About time I hopped on the whole chiral network bandwagon, am I right? Join the UCA and all that. You can help me do that, yeah? Thank you, Sam. Hey, take care out there. Hate for this to be the last time we meet, you know? So, I'm gonna need a moment to look over what you brought me. But I'll hit you back via mail after. Promise. Hey, I'm hoping maybe you can help me out again. Don't want to be weird, but I feel you and I might have like a connection or something. Good work. New order.
Yeah, what do we got? We do have to go in there. Oh, no. Yeah, give me everything. Can I fit it all? I can.
Order assigned. Careful out there, Sam.
Oh no, they don't work in Timefall! Oh. Oh, a wind farm is going to be such a pain. I wonder if I should just bring a bunch of PCCs with me. And try to make something that can just go around it. Or I could wait 30 minutes. BT's here? Nah. Nah, I think we're good, dog.
Take his hand later, they go, ah, right, aphanphosmphobia, the fear of being touched. I read it in your file. I understand why the game would
You
want
fear
to bring
Pelibot's
attention to
becoming
this
more
detail, as
human?
not everyone
That's the
has
goal,
this
isn't
kind
it?
of reaction to being touched, but I think anyone playing could have sensed that Sam doesn't like it. The game didn't need to bring attention to it through dialogue when the cutscene does a good enough job on its own. Over-explaining and repetitive dialogue is a constant disease that plagues this game, and we'll see a lot more of it as we continue.
Piss off.
Getting back on track,
Piss
though,
off.
as the group makes it to the incinerator, they run into some BTs, causing the truck
Alright.
to flip. The group was also too late, as the body necrotized and was taken into the tar. This causes BTs to appear and take the guy who was stuck under the truck. Igor kills the man before he was taken away, showing that death is a much better fate than what comes next. We already know what that fate is, though, which are the Void Outs. Sam's able to avoid the smaller BTs because of his blood for some reason, but the same cannot be said for the others. Igor ends up getting taken as well, and resorts
No,
to
the
stabbing
filthy
himself
robot should
repeatedly so as to
remain a
not be taken
robot? Oh my
alive.
goodness.
Before all this, he gives Sam the bridge baby and tells him to get out of here. Sam, like anyone though, is in awe of the giant beast in front of him, which swallows Igor, causing a void out. Sam seems to be dead, but then wakes up on a beach. He cradles the baby before seeing a few ominous figures in the distance and a woman in red singing. He then goes back to the real world before seeing the destruction, and like I said, one person can level an entire city. So far, it's been an incredible start, and as is tradition with this game, lots of questions, not a lot of answers, but we'll get to them in time. The reason Sam is alive is that he's a repatriate. Basically, he can come back to life after dying using something called the seed. Sam then wakes up next to a man named Deadman who has a job for him: deliver morphine to the President of the United States. As if that's not wild enough already, we learn from another oddly named individual, Die Hardman, that the President, Bridget Strand, is Sam's mother. Bridget wants to connect all of the United States together. She wants people to connect instead of remain isolated thanks to the Death Stranding. She had her daughter Amelie go across the country in order to do this, but Amelie is trapped and needs Sam's help. She wants Sam to do this because, quote, it'll make America whole again. The last time I heard that phrase, an alien race of necromorphs tried to wipe out humanity, but don't worry, there are no markers or brethren moons here. Regardless, the president ends up dying and now has to be cremated, or like before, another void out will occur. So we have to haul her corpse all the way to the incinerator. Once Sam does and disposes of the president, he's also instructed to cremate the bridge baby, or BB for short, as it's been put on order for decommission. Sam refuses and ends up using it to escape the...
How are we going to go about this? Give me that. Give me this. We're gonna go to Port City. Port Knot City. Give me some more PCCs. We're gonna go to Port Knot City. We're gonna go get everything from Port Knot City, and then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna start clearing the area. We're gonna go and do all of the mules, all of the mule camps, and then how bad is this? Does this need redone? It's yeah, it's kind of bad. I didn't need to do that, but I'd be sad to see that bridge go. Someone's already got the zip line started. We're gonna do the mules. We're gonna set up zip lines around the weather station. They're the fans. It looks like we also, there might, I can't tell if, no, it's probably just off the grid. Are there BTs up here? There was when I was on the way back. That might have just been like an on the way back thing. Yeah, because it was the big ones. It was the big explodey boys. Rain's fine. Guys, there's not going to be a boss BT here every time now, right? God damn it. What if I just go really fast? Go! We don't have a choice now! You know what? You know what? Hey, funny thing, I brought the bike the last time. I did this. Piss off! No! Get off of me! Get a grip set! Get the fuck off of me! That's it. Now I'm pissed, but I can't see you. Guys, where's the BTs? Ah! Get off of me! Oh, no! Ah! Hey, what's going on? Where are you taking me? Ah! Not this shit again. Piss off. Why don't you piss off and die? I don't have my heavy weaponry on me. Ah! You know what? I bet if you kill this, though, the BTs go away. Whoa! Oh, that does a lot of damage. Come back and fight me! God, Sam Strand is so cool now after he beat the game. We're gonna clear these BTs from the world, one by one. I'm gonna need more grenades. What did they do to my truck? Oh, it's covered in oil. That actually looks like a sick camo, though, if I'm being real.
Come on, let's roll.
That looks cool. Wait, I love that. Yeah, that looks sick as hell. It's over Luden's farm. If I find anything for... like... any new places that I don't recognize, I'll take it, but... I don't think anyone is up in that mountain, explicitly. The BTs are gone, so yeah, if you kill them, if you kill the, like, mother BT... You kill the BBT, being the boss BT, or the BBBT, the big boss BT, then everything clears up. I can just clear the timefall myself.
Pull up. Let's get going.
And I'll fucking do it again. Yeah, I'll do it again. Isn't that right, Lou?
Someone's happy.
Beginning stand weapons restrictions lifted.
There we go.
Beginning stand. Scanning bridges ID. Sheriff, welcome to Port Knot City. Proceed to distribution center. Safe travels. Decontaminating keeping on. All clear. Have a pleasant journey. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Do not clean the oil off of my truck. I actually want you to let it set. Now, did the stuff in my vehicle take damage? Because I'd be a little upset if it did.
Crook.
No, okay, the truck protected it. Did a good job. Oh man, that's... Oh no, okay, that was just the one. That... Okay, this should be 5 stars, I'm gonna guess. Or very close to it. That is gonna be 5 stars. Why planes and drones can't fly. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
No harm in taking a break in the private room, you know.
Good work. New or
What do you guys got for me? Urgent, fragile. I'll take that. I'll take that, reluctantly. Okay, we do have to go there anyway, so I'm glad I didn't do that. Alright. Give me 1 climbing anchor in case I need it. Maybe 1 more assault rifle.
order assigned.
Okay, so what do we need to do? Now we can go and clear out all of the bad guys.
Beginning stand. Have a pleasant journey. Keeping on. Safe travels. Keeping on. Have a pleasant journey.
Clear up the bad guys. Get the zip line set up
Weapons restrictions.
in areas that I don't feel like messing with. Wonder how long the BTs stay dead. Because you get a couple days with the mules before they reset. Oh, I was doing some more. Battlefield 6 earlier today. I did like a few. I did like 3 matches. Yeah, I did like 3 matches. Because the open beta is back for a couple days. It's raining already again? No, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, come on, I was just... No, what do you mean? I just did this. But I just did it. I just did it. Come on. It's a straight shot. It is a straight shot to the bridge. I fucking ran into it! Eat my ass! Go ahead, take me. Take me. I said take me. I said take me? Round 2, motherfucker. You think I won't do this again? I'm sending you back to hell again. I missed. But I'm gonna do it again, because you're a little bastard. Oh! He's eating it. Oh! Where'd he go? Get up, Sam. Why don't you piss off? Uh-oh. Oh! Container damaged? Microorganism samples? Where? In my truck? What are you guys doing to my truck? Container damaged? What's happening? You guys didn't eat my truck, did you? No, you just took everything out of it. Why? Why? Why did you do that? Why are you just being an asshole now? I hate the BTs. I actually think they should go extinct. Cargo ruined? I'm... destroyed. Okay, so here's what we learned. We have to go and preemptively clear the area, and then we can drive the vehicle through.
Okay.
I'm biting my tongue. I have some very choice words for these bastards. Okay, well, hang on. Maybe I don't need the zip line then if it's that. No, I do, because I need it for urgent deliveries. I don't think I have time. I don't think I have time to do a boss fight every time I have an urgent delivery. Those are going to be the most annoying. People already have some zip lines set up, and I actually should have brought upgrade material so that I could upgrade like some of the more important ones to give me that extra 50 meters.
What can't you do?
But I have enough PCCs, so it's not a huge issue. Why is my truck steaming? Why is the ground steaming?
Charged up.
You gotta repair her, but they're gonna wash it if I do that. They're gonna wash my damn truck. You guys really think I won't do it again? Give me the MLRL. How much ammo do I have? Enough. Maybe?
Good morning, Sam.
I'm about to send you all to God. I mean, maybe I will if I can find one of you. Hold breath? Nah. Just to show you I mean business. That didn't do very much to him. That actually did nothing. Go ahead. Take me. Okay. Sam, you fucking dork. God damn it. Just go down. I needed those. Give me a second. Oh! Ow! Oh! Jimmy, I'll take your blood bag. Go ahead, throw it here. Oh, I'll take your quadruple rocket launcher for free? For free? All right. What's the easiest way to go about this now? Oh my god, they call me Turtle? They're back? With another hero trike? Why is this thing so fast? Oh my goodness. Yeah, we can do it. Someone really should have told these guys about the magic that is treads. Thing's not doing too hot. So how, like, can I possibly, is there any world that I can actually get some zip lines around the BTs here. This is no longer, this is not rhetorical. I want to know if I can cheese this area. Because I just want to be done. I hate the wind farm. Outside permitted construction area. Beautiful. Insane that I can make that work. $400 meters. I have to find one more spot.
Construction complete.
Recover rope. Is it busted? Damn. Not really seeing much stuff to Luden's farm. Maybe I should start picking those up. Facilities with orders here. I mean, there are. I guess I've only been to one place since I got it up and running. So that's silly me. Whoa! Big jump. Maybe I should have brought the all-terrain skeleton as well. Why is it raining again? Why are the BTs back? What do you mean? What did I do? Why? This looks good. Hang on. Hang on. This looks crazy. This looks insane. There's no way this lets me down, right?
Construction complete.
Piss off. No, piss off. Piss. Piss. Ah! Sam, you fucking moron. No. Ow. My PCCs. Fuck, wait, my PCCs! Oh no, okay, that still happens. What did I drop?
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked.
Sam,
Restrictions
that
lifted.
spot is too close to an existing structure. If you want to build a new one, you need to do so outside the sensor ring.
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Clear. Weapons
Please.
restrictions lifted.
Do we take this? We take these, right? We take these. Nope. No.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Over here,
All
Sam.
clear.
Over here.
Welcome, Sam Porter.
I am a dog. You have my heartfelt gratitude.
What is that word? Agug. Very eager or curious. Death Stranding low roar. We finally got the low roar lore drop.
For your contribution.
Guys, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm thinking. I've never used one of those before. Do I want to test it? How does this work?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
How far can I get that? What's the range on this? Pretty decent. Oh, and I gotta like spam it. Okay, you could get like 300 meters out of it. Well, unfortunately, I think that's gone. I'm not going back in there. It's not far enough.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
I'm gonna test this though.
Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Agog is a great word, chat says. Hartman's got a good vocabulary. I'm testing it. No boss fight. Don't do it. Or I'll pee my pants. Guys, it's looking really good. It's looking really good. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think we solved it. This is a solved game now. Everything that needs to go to the wind farm, give it to me. Let me first place down my carrier. Oh gosh. I might need a couple trips. I don't know. Load capacity reached. Guys, the carrier is just on the ground. I didn't put anything in it. We can do this. We can do this in one trip, I think. No, we can't. These are also all... Oh, no, hang on. No, yeah, these are all to the wind farm. Why were these all the way down to the bottom? Can I barely make it work? We're gonna make it work? Maybe we grab the all-terrain skeleton here? We send it? I better see like 10,000 upvotes on these zip lines. This is perfect. This actually couldn't be any better. Watch out. I don't have like a bag of Ruffles, so I could throw that in the microphone to give you guys a really immersive experience. Hold breath? No, I don't think we do. Yeah, I think we solved wind farm. So we just got to do that for every area that has BTs. We kill the boss, and that gives us about 2 minutes. That gives us about 2 minutes to get set up. Show me an S. All right. I'll take an S still. I'll take another S. I'll take a fourth or fifth S. We end on a C. I'll still take 5 stars, though. take those. Yeah, we take those. What became of them? What do you mean? What, did they go on to write their own biographies? It's looking good. Delivery time. So we have to get all of these categories to 60, by the way. Delivery time is 19 away. We'll call it 18 because it's actually really close to 42.
I know you folks travel light, but if you want...
Give it to me. Yes. Yeah!
You'll be in our prayers.
Good work. New order available.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is the premium time for that? 6 minutes almost? That's not bad. There's currently no rainfall in the way. But we're gonna have to make multiple trips to get out to my truck. Like that one there is already a lot, I'm gonna guess.
Order assigned.
We can maybe make the rest of this work. I was, fucking wrong. By just the teensiest bit. It's so close. I need one medium. My grenade launcher, I love you so much. But I gotta put you away. We can make this work, though. I could probably maybe actually make this work. Yes, I can. It's fine. Say goodbye to the ladder. We are filled to the brim.
Thank you for your contribution.
And it looks like I could fit more on my my cart, actually.
Could be in our friend.
We're gonna get there flawlessly. Watch this. Yeah, we take these. Yeah, we take these. Fuck the wind farm, man. We're just gonna knock out this entire tutorial zone, I think. Cargo is at risk of emitting VOG? Uh-oh, I don't have a mask. Where is my speed skeleton? There it is. Yeah, my truck ain't doing too hot. I know. I understand. We'll get it to a garage soon. %9 durability. It's fine. We make it work. We just gotta get to the distro center. Right in front of us. Bye.
Good work. New order.
What lost cargo do I have? Oh. Oh, is there any way I can get around this with a vehicle?
This is a somewhat unusual order. You're going to want to review the key points in the summary.
Thanks, I know it has been a few days since I played the game. Oh, okay, these aren't S-rankable. So I got a full 30 minutes there. That's very doable. Okay, so I'm heading north again, right? I guess so. Well, no, I want to do that first. That's right.
Your work is greatly
We got a whole bunch of new stuff here. 3 pieces of mail. The Ludens fan. Thanks for the Ludens, man. Victor Frank. Future's looking bright for Port Knot City. The Ludens fan. Order. Delivery to Port Knot City. Oh boy, okay. Die Hardman's Confession. Bridget's BB Experiments. Part 1 from Die Hardman. Die Hardman's Confession, Bridget's BB Experiments Part 2 from Die Hardman. What became of dead men? From Deadman. What became of Hartman? From Hartman. I've decided to give up on my quest? Samantha Spade? Okay, hang on. We've got progress. What became of Malingen and Lochna from Lochna? Oxytocin from Victor. Why planes and drones can't fly from Igor. Die Hardman's background number 1. Unknown. Die Hardman's background number 2. Unknown. Clifford Unger case review part 1. Unknown. Clifford Unger case review part 2. Unknown. Yeah, Pelibot got you, Lucas. He got you. He got you good there. These are just like recapping everything that we learned. I guess if you skipped all the cutscenes and only wanted to read this game like a novel. What did Pelibot say? I haven't been paying attention to him. He's what's the word I'm looking for? He's incorrigible. He's not making any sense. Clifford Unger case review part 3. Unknown. Okay, that's actually memory chip. Death Stranding low roar. Oh, we do have a low roar one. Several, actually. Alright, you guys know what time it is. It's time to take a piss. For me, not for, Not for Sam. No, Sam has to hold it. Yeah, I gotta take a piss, so let me find something to play for you guys. This is from 8 days ago. This is a new one. Yeah, I'll play this for you.
EX grenade number 0.
Hey guys, why does my truck look like that still? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I gotta go pee. I'm gonna go take a piss, so I will be back in just a moment.
I really want to stay at your house. I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboards. But now you're gone and leaving nothing but a sigh. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines, because I miss you all the time. So get away, another way to feel what you didn't want yourself to know, and let yourself go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. Let's start at the rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you didn't want yourself to go, and let yourself go. Is that a compromise? So what do you want to do? What's your point of view? There's a part is fluid. Do you want to go? Oh, I handshake with you. What's your point of view? I'm on top of you. I don't want to go, 'cause I really want to stay at your house. And I hope this works out. But you know how much you broke me apart. I'm done with you. I'm echoing you. I don't wanna know. And I'm aware that you were lying in the gutter, 'cause I did everything to be there by your side. So when you tell me I'm the reason, I just can't believe the lies. And why do I still wanna call you? So what do you want to do? What's your point of view? There's a part is fluid. Do you wanna go? Oh, a handshake with you. What's your point of view? I'm on top of you. I don't wanna go, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house. And I hope this works out. But you know how much you broke me apart. I'm done with you. I'm ignoring you. I don't wanna know. I don't know why I'm no one. So get away, another way to feel what you didn't want yourself to know, and let yourself go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. Oh, let's start at the rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you didn't want yourself to go, and let yourself go. Is that a compromise?
Oh, I forgot to pause the recording, and I'm too lazy to edit that. I can't be bothered. Nah, I can't be bothered. Unless YouTube gives me shit when I upload it, I don't care.
BTs and head back to the city. This mission then transitioned us into episode 2, which is perfect as this was roughly the first 2 hours of the game. As I said, story-wise, we have a lot to work with. We learned so much information about Sam and the world, and all of it, for the most part, was showcased quite well. We're also left with dozens of questions that hook the player in, which force them to play more if they want to find out the answers. The visuals and cinematography were also just as great, as the framing of certain scenes reinforces the emotions the scenes want to convey, like how it positions the camera by Sam to show how large and ominous the BT really is. The game is also slow in this way, as dialogue and actions are spaced out, allowing you to really sit with these moments and take them in, such as the crater. It wants you to feel the pain of this scene, knowing that there used to be people who lived here that are now gone in a flash. It's incredible and it hooked me from the very beginning. The gameplay, though, leaves a lot to be desired. Out of the 120 minutes that make up these 2 hours, around 30 minutes of it is actual gameplay. That is a fourth of the game so far. All of the other 90 minutes are cutscenes, and I truly mean that. I've seen a growing rise in complaints over the years regarding Sony games, as people describe them as movie games. This came with games like The Last of Us Part 2, as well as God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. But while I disagree when it comes to those games, I can see the argument for it here. Death Stranding will space out its cutscenes later, and ironically enough, actually flip it on its head later, as there are times where you can go 3 hours without any cutscenes or some kind of story progression, but as of right now, there's not a whole lot of time for the player to really get a feel for the gameplay. All we do is 2 missions: carry the cargo to the city, then carry the president to the incinerator. It does teach you how to maneuver the landscape, which is nice, but it's not a whole lot. These would be great as introductory missions, and they are, but as I said, we're 2 hours into the game, and a lot more missions should have gone by. This creates a problem. Those who want to skip the story so they can play the game are able to do more missions, but at the cost of the story, causing them to be even more confused than they likely already are. But on the other hand, playing the game at its current pace means you miss out on a lot of the gameplay, the main thing you'll be doing throughout the game. To enjoy Death Stranding, you really have to commit to the game for longer than you may think, and while that was fine for me, I can understand why others dropped the game around this point. From here, though, we enter episode 2 and are tasked with going all the way to the United States to a place called Ajnat City, as this is where Amelie is being held captive. Along the way, though, we're tasked with looking at various cities and homes by plugging them into the chiral network, a sort of successor to the internet. This is our current and main objective of Death Stranding: finish what Amelie and Bridget started by linking up the entire United States, and then save Amelie when we make it west. Before we embark on that journey, though, we have a quick history lesson, as I think all of you would like some answers as to what's going on, and I thankfully have them. The world of Death Stranding was very much like our own until a BT was discovered by humanity. A doctor was performing a C-section on a woman because the mother was brain dead, but they believed that they could still deliver the baby. When he touched the umbilical cord, he saw a BT floating above the mother, but because it was a BT, it caused the void out. This was the first instance of this happening so far, but because the cause of it was rather unusual, people began testing and experimenting with ways to prevent it from happening again. This is what led to the bridge babies. After the original void out, there were experiments going on at a secret facility in Manhattan. This ended in the entire facility exploding thanks to another void out accident. The current president at the time was also there at the facility, so America was without a president for some time until Bridget Strand became the next in line. Her first act as president was shutting down the experiment, but eventually Bridget realized that the BBs had potential to uncover the secrets of the BTs, so she reinstated the project, running these secret adoption bridges. The BB program, though, was not well received by the general public, seeing as it requires experimentation on a fetus that comes from a still mother, which is why she did it in secret under Bridges, the company she created. The reason the BBs work the way that they do is that the womb of the mother facilitates a connection between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The world of the living is our world, the one we walk and live on. The world of the dead is just another name for the afterlife. And in between that is the beach, a sort of limbo area that connects the two planes of existence. To get there, though, people will need to travel through the seam, which is what that watery place we find Sam in whenever we die. Basically, in order, a person lives in the world of the living, then dies. But while the body is left behind, the soul is then taken through the seam and onto the beach. That person then walks into the water through the seam again and into the afterlife. We don't ever see past the beach, so we have no idea what actually happens when someone crosses over, but thanks to various experiments over the years, we know a bit about the beach itself and how it functions. The beach is a plane of existence, but everyone has a different beach. So while you and I might be on the beach, our specific beach is different. The beach is a manifestation of humanity's consciousness and perception of death. As such, everyone's beach is different, as we all think and perceive things differently. It was hypothesized that animals may also have beaches, but they don't necrotize like humans do, so it's assumed that beaches are a human-only experience. The beaches also contain various amounts of fish and whales because of the real-world event called the cetacean Stranding. This is more commonly known as beaching, but it's a weird phenomenon where whales, dolphins, and other sea life all wash up on the shore and are unable to swim back, so they die on the land. So just as the whales are unable to go back to the ocean, anyone who arrives on the beach can't return to the land of the living. To add to the references, this concept of death is roughly based on the ancient Egyptian beliefs. The Egyptians believed in a Ha and a Ka. The Ha is the physical body, while the Ka is the soul. The intended process would be for the body to die and decompose while the soul continues on into the afterlife, but that changed after the Death Stranding. The Death Stranding is the name of the official event that killed the world. It'll be explained throughout the game, so I won't give too many details now, but the result of what transpired was numerous void outs at the same time. Hundreds of BTs came from the world of the dead through the beach and back to the living. They then made contact with human bodies, and then the void outs started. Many hypothesize that the BTs do this because they're
Not the
reaching
rope,
out for a connection,
please!
as evidenced by the tar bodies that touch you when you're captured, but also the various handprints that are not only on Sam's body, but in the crater when a void out happens. On top of this, Timefall was also created shortly after this event, thanks to a new substance called chiralium. These gold came from the world of the dead, through the beach and back to the living. They then made contact with human bodies, and then the void outs started. Many hypothesize that the BTs do this because they're reaching out for a connection, as evidenced by the tar bodies that touch you when you're captured, but also the various handprints that are not only on Sam's body, but in the crater when a void out happens. On top of this, Timefall was also created shortly after this event, thanks to a new substance called chiralium. These gold hand-shaped crystals are called chiralium, and its point of origin is the beach. When chiralium enters the atmosphere and interacts with regular clouds, it causes the rain to become timefall, like how certain chemicals can create acid rain. Not all the water is dangerous though, as once it hits something it becomes regular water, which is why lakes and waterfalls never kill you. Furthermore, dooms were also created shortly after the Death Stranding, which gives people unique abilities. Sam uses it to sense BTs, Reg often uses it to teleport, and some others can even do some wackier things. The other ability that manifested from this event was repatriation, which is when Sam is able to resurrect himself. So instead of Sam going from the land of the living through the seam into the beach, he uses the seam to go backwards and back to the land of the living again. Hopefully though, this gives you a brief understanding of what we're working with here. It's a lot of compelling lore which raises many questions, chief among them, what caused the Death Stranding? Throughout the game we'll not only be learning about the present day plot, but also a lot about the world's history along the way, so we'll come back to this event periodically, but like I said, hopefully you now understand what's going on, as we can now return to the present. To refresh your memory, we're tasked with going to specific buildings like distribution centers, way stations, and other people's homes, and connecting them to the chiral network. This will connect everyone together, preventing people from no longer being isolated, and giving us the means to share information with each other through the beach, due to time being stagnant on the beach, thus making data transfer immediate. Connecting the final node in Edgenaut City will also bring us to where Amelie is located, who according to her was kidnapped by a group of terrorists. Amelie led a group called Bridges 1. They were the first expedition team that would go from east to west and connect America, the same thing we're doing now. They made incredible progress but were stopped by a group of terrorists who took her captive. They want the world to stay disconnected and also want the UCA, or the United Cities of America, the new government, to leave them alone, and Amelie is their insurance to make sure their needs are met. These terrorists are called homo demons, or madmen in Latin, which is a fitting name as they're not afraid to kill people. In fact, they've been known to intentionally kill people in order to trigger void outs. The body that we had to take in the beginning is hypothesized to be the work of the homo demon, seeing as one of them does show up right when the BTs arrive. Also, I figured I should mention this, Amelie is in the room with us, but she's using a hologram. The terrorists are cool with her doing this for a very specific reason that I'll mention later, but I felt like I should mention that, seeing as I just said she was captured, but she's also in the room. With that laid out though, we can start our journey. Our first step is to... oh, sorry. Hold on a minute.
Sam, triple checked your loadout, I take it?
Anyway, our first step is to...
Sam.
Yeah, Death Stranding doesn't shut up sometimes. This is that over-explaining problem I talked about before. Whenever there is something new, the game always seems to stop and force the player to hear someone explain what the weapon or item does. It also loves to stop you in the middle of an expedition just to make you listen to people, and fully believes you are incompetent at times, like when we link up a weather station. This girl Mama comes by and says that we can now use our cufflinks to check for timefall and plan our route accordingly. Die Hardman then gets on the comms literally right after this to say the same exact thing.
Yeah,
I
they do
understand
kind
that
of
the
do
game is
that.
different and making sure players know what to
Yeah, a
do
little
is
bit.
important, especially because it's not something they can intuitively know from playing other games like how to shoot in a
Oh, my stuff's
first-person shooter,
busted.
but the hand-holding here is egregious at times. Furthermore, the names. We gotta talk about the names. Just about every character in this game is named using some kind of conjunction or reference. Sam Porter Bridges is not only a porter, but also works for bridges. Die Hardman is called that because when serving in the military, he was able to survive against impossible odds, because for him, dying is hard, man. Bridget seems reasonable, except her name is two words combined, Bridge It, like bridging the world together. She's also the creator of Bridges. Amelie is surprisingly safe from this until you realize her full name is Samantha America Strand, which is just insane. Not only is her daughter named after Amerigo Vespucci, the man whose name was used to name the country America, but it's also just the fact that the president's daughter's middle name is the same as the country she's the president of. I guess you can't get more patriotic than that, I
Alright,
suppose.
you think we can floor it through this?
I would love to play a game with you. If you've never played Death Stranding before, I want to see if you can guess why the characters of this game are named the way that they are before I reveal why. Let me know how you do. That being said, this isn't even the end of the absurdity, as this also plagues the other lesser
think we have to.
NPCs and the cities, like Jake Wind, owner of the Wind Farm, or Nick Easton, leader of Capital Knot City, which is the easternmost city in the game. All the cities have
Get
some
out of
kind
the way!
knot in their name as well, like Edge Knot, Fort Knot, Capital Knot, and South Knot. This is because, as Amelie says, we're creating a large rope from east to west that connects the country together. But to do that, we need to tie other ropes into knots and connect them together so that the rope is longer. This rope is the chiral network, and the knots are all the places we stop along the way to Edge Knot City. It is genuinely absurd how much Kojima commits to this, and honestly, this didn't even bother me at first. I wasn't even going to bring this up since I too struggle with naming characters if my D&D adventures are anything to look at, but I've come to realize that Kojima just hates conventional names. This is the same guy who in Metal Gear Solid has 4 different characters named Snake and a guy named Skullface, whose face looks like a skull. Crazy, I know. When I read reviews about Death Stranding, I heard a lot of people say that this is such a Kojima game. I think I'm starting to get it now. Oddly enough, this ends up working stupidly well, as I was just able to remember one random NPC who only appears in one location because of his moronic name. Moving on though, we have our first job, which is delivering oxytocin to a group of workers. This is a great mission as it fits in line with the story. Making sure the main quest is important is a top priority for the story. If the missions don't feel important, then they just feel like side content. And while Death Stranding is hit or miss when it comes to this, for now we're on the right track. Oxytocin is often called the love drug, as it's a hormone that manages certain key aspects of the reproductive system. It's known to help with certain behaviors and interactions like sexual arousal, trust, and romantic attachment, among many others. In the world of Death Stranding, people are isolated and can't go outside due to fear of BTs and timefall, so there's a lot more important things to worry about than getting it on. As such, the oxytocin we're delivering will help these individuals get back on their feet and hopefully not be as worried and scared as they were before. As I said, this is a great example of a mission that fits in line with the story. Now, delivering a package may not seem like a main quest mission, as most other games usually have you fight dozens of people by now, but that's because this is the main gameplay loop of Death Stranding. Out of all the things this game brings to the table, the gameplay was met with the most criticism. At the most basic level, all you're doing is accepting an order and then taking that package to its intended location. On the surface, it seems shallow, but there is a surprising amount of depth to the system. There are various hazards to watch out for, like water and terrain, which can make traversal a hassle. You also have to worry about the cargo and equipment, as falling could damage the goods you're carrying. And timefall can destroy the quality of the container if you're not careful. Then you also have to consider your actual weight. If there's too much weight or the cargo is stacked too high, then you'll start to lean and have to shift your weight so that Sam doesn't trip over and fall. But the game also gives the player the option to fight back against the hazards. You can use ladders and anchors to ascend or descend a large structure, use PCCs, which allow you to create things like generators, bridges, and safe houses, and the Outer Deck labels the ground with markers so you know where uneven terrain is. It's surprisingly in-depth and provides a very fulfilling gameplay loop. That being said, I can understand why people would dislike this system. Kojima wanted to create a game about building connections, and you can't do that by killing each other. Death Stranding couldn't have been anything other than a delivery simulator, as it's how we first started as a world and as a country. The first form of long-distance communication was through letters using carrier pigeons. Over time, this evolved into mailmen, which not
Oh
only
my
gave rise
goodness
to more
gracious.
jobs, but also allowed us to converse with people across the country. Despite being a united nation, the east and west sides of the country were largely separate from one another due to the long travel time. Even back then it was still long, as you could write a letter to someone across the country and it would take months just for it to arrive. America became connected through mailmen and delivery services, so it's only natural that the America of Death Stranding is connected through those same exact means. We're basically repeating the same steps as our ancestors, and this is further
Man, why
reinforced
my
later in the
carrier-
game when we start building highways. The Lincoln
Why is my
Highway was
floating
the first
carrier, like,
transcontinental
bugged?
highway that stretched from New York to Los Angeles. And we're doing the exact same thing with the chiral network, as we start here, roughly where
Oh,
New
never
York
mind.
would be, and then we're going to finish in Edge Knot City, located in California. That's more of a digital highway, but there comes a point where we build actual highways which connect the entire central region together. The thought of doing deliveries all day sounds incredibly boring, which is what leads people to call this a walking sim, but there is a strange amount of community in this game that can be hard to find anywhere else. This is due to the game's genre, which Kojima calls a strand-type game. Basically, whenever you place something in the game, like a ladder, anchor, or even leave a bike or truck laying around, there's a chance for it to show up in another person's game. If that person likes the thing you place down, then you receive a like for it. The more likes it gets, the more it gets into other players' worlds before it essentially becomes a permanent part of the world, like this bridge that connects the land to this doctor's house. Someone placed this here and gained enough likes to where it's probably shown up in your game too. The game
It
also
has!
various systems
That
in place
bridge,
to
yeah,
basically
it's
have
the
you continue
bridge!
the route.
That's
There are
the
shared
bridge!
lockers at each station that allow people to take vehicles and equipment for themselves if they need it. The players who put that equipment in there are doing it for a specific reason, to allow others to use their gear that they don't need at the moment. You can also pick up and deliver lost cargo. Sometimes another person's cargo is left behind, and you can either bring it to its intended destination, or put it in the lost cargo bin for another player to deliver it. It's this constant feedback of altruism, because we're all trying to help each other, so in turn we both get the help we need when we need it, and then help others with their issues. For example, I had a few hermetic grenades after a BT encounter, but it was too much cargo for me, so I dropped off a few at the shared locker. I'm not sure if anyone actually used them, but I can put it there knowing that there's a chance someone might need it. Everyone will likely start out the same way, and that's using your own materials for their own projects, but once that one person helps you at the perfect moment, your mind starts to expand a bit more. There were numerous times when a bridge, ladder, generator, or zipline either saved my ass or cut off literal minutes of time from my route, allowing me to skip some of the game's more hazardous sections. I have never forgotten these moments, and they made me not only consider my own route, but others as well. This can be incredibly easy to achieve since we're all playing the same game. It's like when someone says, "Hey man, let me help you out, I've been in this predicament before." You help that person out because you know the struggle of being in that situation. This can be hard in the real world because we're all living different lives, but in Death Stranding, we're all doing the same thing. We're all journeying to the same places and going through the same hazards, so these places aren't just annoying to you, but to everyone playing the game. Even if you didn't intend for the structure to benefit anyone but yourself, everyone is still doing the same thing, so someone is inevitably going to cross the same path as you. In the central region later, there's this incredibly annoying landscape filled with rocks and gaps, which is why people place bridges and
Playing the Battlefield 6 beta? I have. I played actually a pretty good chunk of it, and I'm gonna do more in a bit here, probably off stream, as long as the guys are still going by then. Yeah, I've almost finished all of the challenges. I'm actually having a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with that. But I've been playing... Maybe, oh, crud. I'll just walk there. Do I have my weapons on me? I do. Additional map? There is. Yep, new map, and they included Rush, which I'm glad they did. I thought Breakthrough just replaced Rush, but it doesn't seem so, which is great. Rush, they actually kind of are competing with each other. They're kind of competing with each other. They're pretty similar. But Rush is just a classic. But I've been doing, well, so I've been playing the bot game mode for a few reasons, mostly to grind out challenges, but it's also just like a different experience. It's like a 6v6. That's not true. It's like a... No, it's like an 8v8. It's like an 8v8. With an additional, like, 20 plus bots. and it does make for a different... It's really like you burn through all of your ammo until you run into like an actual player, and then there's a real fight. Yeah, I'll take that. Where's the other guy? Not really a lot of guys here, are there? Yeah, but I'm probably gonna do a little bit more of that in a bit. By all means, if you want to, we're in the one Discord. As long as none of Dash's friends hop in, it looks like it's just the two of them right this moment. I don't see why there would be any issues. If you feel more comfortable waiting until I pop in, that's also an option, but I don't see why they would care. You've done stuff with them before. Wait, how long is it? When did I run ads? I got 35 minutes left of no pre-roll, so I'm gonna make the most of that. Play peep with Tommy, you don't know Dash too well. He's a good lad. They all are. I want to go take care of those last two fellas down here. So that we can get some porters moving through. Is that a gun? What do you have? Do not shoot my vehicle, please. Oh, I didn't even see you. How many more are there? It still hasn't said porters can move through yet. I don't know if there are still more.
Nice time to load.
But I think I got everything I needed to. It was all in that one box.
Beginning scan.
Someone's happy.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
What became of Fragile?
Good work. New order.
Okay. You know what? Hang on, I actually do think I want these. I'll just take them over to the depot.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set. Keep on keeping weapons restrictions lifted. Keep on
Is there any way at all? Is it raining? Oh my gosh. It's not. This is our chance. We have to make the most of it. Every time-sensitive item. We gotta haul ass.
Ramps on them so that no one has to deal with how annoying these hazards are. You have provided not only a convenience for yourself, but a convenience for many others, and the more people that use it, the more likes you get. Likes are basically the XP of Death Stranding, which I find to be rather important for the gameplay because they're kinda useless. Most games have a super epic reward at the end, like a new gun or a unique armor set, but Death Stranding just rewards likes. These likes do increase some of your stats and your overall porter grade, but they aren't large increases. The point of this is to not do it for the reward, but for the benefit of others, and making the reward pointless further reinforces this idea. I don't have close to 50,000 likes from other players because helping them gets me a reward. I have them because I wanted to help people, and there's no greater joy in this game than logging on after not playing for a few hours and seeing your likes go up along with how many people you helped in the meantime. It made me want to help people more and just be a better and kinder person. It's the textbook definition of altruism, helping others for the sake of it. Death Stranding is a lonely place, and the game really drives this point home by only having you interact with holograms 90% of the time. But doing this makes those few times that you see a structure or sign outside in the world, knowing somewhere out there in this barren landscape there are other groups of players fighting a good fight alongside you, all the better. It's ironic how a game that is designed to make you feel alone also makes you feel connected to other players in a way I've never seen done before. Returning to the story, for the next 5 hours, and I do genuinely mean that, we'll be doing deliveries and slowly building up our arsenal of weapons and equipment. As I said, Death Stranding is a very slow game. Whereas other games that get their tutorials out of the way within 20 or 30 minutes, Death Stranding takes hours to do so, which means Death Stranding is going to be quite the long game, and for the most part it is. During this though, we'll come into contact with two enemy factions, the Mules and the Homo Demons. Mules are other porters who are so addicted to the delivery process that they steal other porters' cargo. Before the Death Stranding occurred, the world was quite automated. Delivery systems were all handled by AI, and the belief was that doing this would revolutionize the system. However, this ended up having the opposite effect, as people started contracting cases of drone syndrome. Oxytocin and hormone imbalances convinced people that humans needed to be a part of the process. So they removed some of the machines to allow for more human interaction, but this caused another issue as people saw themselves as frontline workers that couldn't be replaced as society couldn't function without them. This then led to another disorder called delivery dependence syndrome. This was further exacerbated after the Death Stranding as Timefall shut down any chance for aircraft to be used, so couriers were the only people that could get packages to other places whether they liked it or not. So people took this courier obsession too far and were addicted to the thrill of delivering and the high that comes from getting likes. Personally, I think that entire summary wasn't needed as the last line is all that's important. These made-up syndromes are nice, but I find them unnecessary, because it's very clear this is Kojima's thoughts on modern-day social media and how people crave attention and likes. Getting likes in-game makes you feel validated and appreciated, the same way someone getting thousands of likes on a tweet will make that person feel validated and appreciated. But all things must be done in moderation, as overdependence on this can lead people to go too far. Walking through a sign or icon in the game gives the person a like, so you'll often see people put these signs in places you have to cross, like the hallway leading to Hartman's lab. This allows these people to gain likes that are actually contributing to the world at large. Even though the game is all about doing deliveries and getting likes, players will always find a way to game the system. But while doing this in Death Stranding is not a huge problem, doing so in real life could have some drastic consequences.
Yes,
some people will do anything for attention, either because it gives people validation
God, this is gonna feel so good.
Bills. Literally just this week as of writing this script, some YouTuber
please
was
don't be raining.
doing a prank video. There's this consensus that you have to go bigger and better with every video, and if it pays the bills or it gets your attention, who cares who gets hurt in the process? Now a tweet and a YouTube video are very different things, but each can be damaging in their own way. Fake or stolen tweets are made all the time for attention and likes, and the Mules are a representation of this idea. They're so obsessed with their profession and the high that they get from it that they'll attack people and take their cargo. To play devil's advocate though, they aren't really bad people, at least when compared to the Homo Demons, as they don't kill you, they only knock you out, because killing you would cause a void out, and they can't exactly deliver packages in a world that doesn't exist. This is in stark contrast to the Homo Demons, who will kill you just to cause a void out. We talked about them earlier, but we're about to come face to face with one of their members, Higgs. Higgs isn't exactly a leader, as the group has no leader, but Higgs is the most well-respected member of the organization. This is likely due to his current powers, as he has the highest level of dooms in the game. Where Sam's doom level is at level 2, Higgs has at least 7 levels in it, as he has the ability to control BTs, as evidenced by him summoning one in front of us.
What's going on, Tommy?
Order assigned. Delivery.
Look, we gotta go!
Time limit set.
I find the placement of that last line rather funny, as at the moment I was actually enjoying my time with the game, but a few hours from now that giant was about to hit me like a truck. Before Higgs summons the giant squid, he tells us that Bridget Strand is dead and that Amelie has taken her place. Furthermore, Higgs calls Amelie an extinction entity, which is something we'll learn about later. But its placement here is meant to show that Higgs somehow knows a lot more than we do, especially since the news about Bridget is top secret. Higgs' name will also be the one you won't understand unless you're fluent in particle physics. Higgs is a reference to the Higgs boson, which is often called the Higgs particle or God particle. The first thing that Higgs says after his name is the particle of God that permeates all existence, which connects to the role of the Higgs boson in our universe. The Higgs boson is believed to be the particle that gives all other matter its mass. Without it, things wouldn't have mass, and the world would be dysfunctional, or more likely not even exist. To relate this back to Higgs, he sees himself as a god, a being who can control the world to his liking. This ego of his is likely because of his dooms, as he's able to control VTs, which is unheard of at this stage. To make even more connections, earlier we talked about ancient Egypt and their thoughts on death. Well, Higgs' outfit has a gold and black stripe on the cape, which is similar to the color scheme of the pharaoh statues, so he's really taking this god identity to the next level. This squid, though, is a required interaction, meaning we've come to our first boss fight, and it is less than stellar. Death Stranding is not a great action game, because it's not one to begin with. Still, boss fights are almost a requirement in games like this, as they ramp up the intensity and increase the stakes. Higgs is the main antagonist, and it would be weird to defeat him at the end of the game when all our interactions were just us talking like this. Fights need to occur in order to solidify their role as the protagonist and antagonist, which just goes back to the root of the issue. Death Stranding isn't an action game. Most of the fights sees the player throwing grenades or shooting at it until its health is gone. None of these fights ever really felt satisfying though. It's either me doing a hitless run for the whole fight, or I'm getting smacked around because Sam can't aim straight due to the cargo shift in his weight. While these are important to talk about, as all the boss fights serve as narrative climaxes to cap off an area, it's very clear that this is not a primary part of the game. In the same way that hacking minigames and RPGs are incredibly simplistic as to not take away from the real fun of the game, so too is this. Boss fights make up a small amount of your overall playtime, and that's even including the couple times you might get caught and trigger one on your own, not just the story-related ones. The game even summons these white tar creatures that are supposed to be other players who will throw you weapons, since 9 times out of 10 you're not going to have enough equipment to fight them unless you know ahead of time. That's why the optional ones you trigger allow you to leave the area, stopping the fight entirely, and the required ones always have these little guys throwing blood bags and guns at you. Kojima clearly doesn't want the player to struggle in these fights, as it's not a part of the game that they should be struggling with. Having trouble when planning your correct route is a part of the gameplay. Struggling to kill BTs like it's Call of Duty isn't. That's why I'm not going to give these too much shit, as from a sheer visual perspective, Death Stranding succeeds in making these fights feel cinematic and bombastic. The gameplay sadly doesn't carry to the finish line, but it's clear they were put on the back burner since the traversal of the world was the most important part of the gameplay. While the fight has been playing in the background, you may have noticed a red cloud coming from the grenades, and this goes back to the intro. Apparently, since Sam is a repatriate, his blood can be used to harm BTs. It's also not just his blood, but his other bodily fluids, as showering and going to the bathroom rewards you with certain grenades from your own fluids, which is as weird as it sounds. These can be used to kill all the BTs we've met, meaning these larger creatures and the smaller ones we find out in the world, which adds another layer of depth to the gameplay by giving the player more ways to fight back against the hazards. Once the squid has been cooked, it calcifies into this chiralium statue and then breaks apart, spreading all the chiralium into the atmosphere. Fragile then comes by and Sam and her talk about going to the central region. To do
I'd
that,
be in
though,
my
they're gonna need to
girl's
travel
ear
by
like
boat. The central
Pikmin
region is
Woe
important to
sound?
Fragile, as
Nice.
it's where Fragile Express usually operates. The business has been on a downward spiral as of late though due to some recent backlash. Unlike real life, the backlash wasn't about some company running a scam or having some misconduct in the workplace, but rather Fragile Express killed an entire city by allying themselves with the terrorists and delivering a nuke to the city's front door. Now, it is learned later that Fragile did not know there was a nuke in the case, but everyone else outside of the company sees the Express as terrorists, so yeah, it's kind of a big deal. So much so that a lot of people don't want anything to do with Fragile Express or the UCA for that matter, which then becomes a problem for us. Every time we go to one of these way stations or houses, we use the Cupid to link them to the network, but if the people refuse, we can't do anything about it, since we're trying to do things in a more civil way, or we're just as bad as the terrorists. There are quite a few preppers located here in the central region that we'll need to convince that we can get the network linked to their property, which means we're going to need to run some deliveries for them. Just like before, the missions need to line up with the story in order to make sense, and so far they do. These preppers are hesitant to put their trust in another company, especially after what happened the last time they did, so helping them out and showing that we mean well makes sense. Each of them has different feelings about Fragile Express and the UCA. The engineer is comfortable with joining up and doesn't take too much convincing due to the long-term isolation they've been in. The other joins just as fast but doesn't want anything to do with the UCA since he believes connecting people together is what got the city nuked to oblivion in the first place, so he'd rather stay out of it. And the craftsman is against both and sees Fragile as a terrorist. Doing his delivery mission though does at least convince him to connect to the network since we retrieved one of his prized possessions from a BT infested zone. Each one of them has a different opinion and differing levels of trust and fragile in her business, which I liked, but it just felt like busy work. None of these missions actually progresses anything. We never meet these individuals again unless you deliver lost cargo to them, so they serve as extremely long roadblocks for the player to get over. Pretty much this entire episode is just busy work. The only other thing
there's no time!
you do is visit and activate a weather station and then deal with 2 other preppers, a junk dealer and a timefall farmer. The timefall farmer is admittedly pretty cool.
Get out of the road. Get out of the road! You gotta be kidding me.
Since timefall equals anything it touches,
That's not very fair at all.
take weeks or months to grow in 1 second. It's a cool way of showing that in every negative situation is a positive outcome that needs to be discovered, and how we
Get off of me!
species, that we always find ways around our problems, even if it means using those problems to
That was fast.
The other 2, though,
Hey, do I have my weapons on me? Where are you taking me? This is so far away! I do. Now you pissed me off. Ow, fucker. Dude. You can't. You just stop comboing me! Are you kidding me? Kojima! What did you want me to do there, Kojima? What'd you want me to do there, bud? Don't. Do not. Don't do it. Okay, they actually didn't. Be in my girl's ear like Peakman sound effect now. Fucking die! Go. All right. We have like 2 minutes. And there's a... Why did you drag me all the way out here? What are you doing, man? Come on. Ooh. Can I just cross this like a madman? No time for the bridge. Good time? We're making good time?
aren't as interesting. If I'm being honest, I still have no clue how to use the weather station. Remember when I talked about this game and how much it holds your hand? Well, it got to a point where I just turned off all the tips permanently. Sometimes a pop-up will appear on the bottom of your screen that has some kind of tip, such as using cargo as a weapon or how you won't be able to sneak by mules if your cargo is too high. These are fine, but they seem to appear all the time whenever the situation calls for it. I just got so overwhelmed that I disabled them entirely, which may have had the side effect of skipping the tutorial on how to use the weather station. I didn't even know you could do anything with it until I saw someone's playthrough where they were going through a menu I had no idea existed. To be fair though,
that man doesn't know about the weather station.
I just skipped through the tutorial myself because I wanted to get through the repetitive dialogue. One of my biggest pet peeves in general is
What are you
wasting
doing,
time,
bud?
and Death Stranding loves to do this by repeating the same animations every single time. Every time you use the Cupid to connect
Oh,
someone
you
to the
fucking
network,
kidding
the
me.
same scene plays again every time. It just got to a point where I was skipping it each time it happened. I've never pressed the skip button this much on a first playthrough in any game
Man,
before,
this one's
and I've
gonna
never disabled
suck.
tips or tutorials either.
You
but Death
really
Stranding
just
is
have
gonna
to
make
set
me
up
tread
zip
new ground
lines
here.
from
Now,
point
this
to
isn't
point to
really
do
a
these.
critique of the game, as it's definitely a skill issue on my part. But there is definitely a discussion to be had as to not only how much time this game wastes of yours, but also how viable the weather station really is if you could go the whole game without using it and come out with minimal issues. As for the junk dealer, he wants us to go get his girl who he thought was dead in the recent bombing, but was recently informed that she survived. Despite what you may think, that is not his daughter, but actually his girlfriend who ends up proposing when they get together. It's really sweet and is a perfect encapsulation of what Death Stranding is all about, reuniting people together and sharing connections. The two haven't seen each other in, I believe, years, and it's nice to see them all happy again. Although I don't know what Kojima was planning to do with this, as just like every single person you deliver for, they email you about their life, and throughout the game, the couple gets into an argument, cancels the marriage, then gets back together again. What's even more bizarre is that the girl literally leaves his house to go back to hers, despite the walk being filled with BTs and timefall. Episode 3 is probably the longest and most drawn out part of the game, and is also my least favorite by far. Remember how the first 2 hours had more cutscenes than gameplay? Well, now we're going in the opposite direction. There are 20 main missions in this episode, which is basically the previous 2 episodes combined, and it's not until the final mission that things start to actually go somewhere. This is around the time I started to clock out. Side missions are nice as they break up the pace of the main quest, but sometimes you just want to blaze through the story to see what happens. The problem is that I'm doing both at the same time. I have to blaze through these supposed main quest missions to get to the real meat of the story. The pacing of this game is all over the place, and episode 3 is at the forefront of this problem. To give you an idea of what I mean, there are 70 main missions in Death Stranding that are split across 13 episodes. Mission 38 is at the end of episode 3, so just going based off the numbers, we're halfway through the missions, but barely a third of the way through the game. How is that even possible? 38 missions are split across the first 3 episodes, with the other 32 being split across the next 10. That is a major imbalance, as 1 minute it feels like you've made 0 progress, and then the next, you're going through multiple episodes in just a couple hours. It's just all over the place, and I can't for the life of me figure out why it was created this way. Thankfully, episode 3 ends with a bang, both figuratively and literally in some ways, as it first starts with us going to South Knot City to deliver some provisions. Before we head out though, a Bridges employee stops us and gives us another package that was supposed to be a part of the original order. This is a lie, as the game literally...
I'm sure you've got fond memories of the decommissioned factory up on the ridge. Unfortunately, we're still not sure what to make of the group that's dug in there. We did what we could with the data you brought back from your second trip. It wasn't much, but we've learned that there's a local data repository deeper inside the factory. It's completely isolated from outside signals. We can't establish a remote connection. Local access only, most likely. However, we could circumvent this by attaching a transmitter to the terminal on site, thereby enabling remote access. From what I'm told, the terminal in question is essentially the same as an old model distro center unit. We've prepped our transmitter in such a way that all you have to do is submit it for processing like you would any other delivery. So that's the plan, Sam. Take the transmitter and deliver it to the terminal inside the factory. As mentioned, you'll have to head further in than before, but we finally managed to decrypt the necessary security protocols. You should be able to bypass the locks to get where you need to go. I wouldn't be surprised if anyone you run into down there is more heavily armed, though. Bear that in mind when deciding what to take.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. We're gonna bring the riot shotgun. Wait. Oh, you're giving me all of this. All right. And then that's the one that I made.
Thank your contribution.
He labels this as a small thermonuclear weapon. It's also the only cargo in the game to my knowledge that has an owner history, and we can see that Higgs is listed, meaning Higgs stuck in the bridges to give us a nuke, with the hope that he could pull a fast one on us like he did Fragile. It's a nice twist, I just wish the game didn't immediately give it away by labeling the cargo we're carrying. I do, however, like that we can ignore this and take it to South Knot and subsequently blow up the city. The game instructs you to go to Fragile before going to the city, but doesn't tell you where she's located, as Die Hardman already told you a few minutes ago. To be fair though, there's only like 2 locations she could be on this map, so it's not hard to find her. The two will then open up the package and discover that it's a nuke. Fragile then says that we have to take it to a tar pit near South Knot City, as it should be able to prevent the explosion from expanding. She's correct, and after throwing it inside, we prevent the nuke from fully exploding. The reason she knows this is because this situation is all too familiar to her, as right after we complete the mission, we get a lengthy cutscene showing the moment that Higgs betrayed Fragile. Fragile tells us earlier that Higgs used to work with her and that he wasn't always this way. He used to be an honest porter until something changed. Now he's a terrorist.
I'm just gonna do a zip line. We're just doing the zip line route.
Around this time, Fragile caught wind of a package and managed to take it before it was delivered, but Higgs had planned for this. Higgs then surrounds Fragile, strips her to her underwear, makes it rain timefall, and then gives her a choice: her time or the people's. See, Fragile has the ability to teleport, and she does this by using the beach. The problem is that she can't take anything with her, and at this point in the game, you already know this, as Fragile allows you to teleport places, which is the game's way of canonizing fast travel. When you do this though, you have to leave all your cargo behind, so Fragile either has to leave the nuke and let it go off by teleporting and saving herself, or getting rid of the nuke, saving the people, but also has to run through timefall in order to do so. She opts to take it herself, which is how her skin became noticeably older compared to her face. The only question I have regarding this scene is the timefall, as the intro shows us that it can grow and kill things like birds and plants. But Fragile went practically naked through timefall for at least a few minutes, and hadn't even been 10 seconds yet, and her skin was already noticeably withered, so how was she not dead? It's never explained, but I can only assume that timefall doesn't kill, but rather ages things as far as possible without causing death, which is a weird loophole and doesn't make any sense to me. But I think a more plausible outcome though is that Fragile had ingested cryptobites. These worm-like creatures are apparently not only very nourishing, but can also grant resistance to timefall, assuming Fragile's one-off saying, "a cryptobite a day keeps the timefall away," is actually real and not just something she made up on the spot. This would mean that she found some on the way there, since she clearly doesn't have the room to carry any. Both explanations aren't as satisfying as I would have personally liked, but the resulting feelings that Fragile has because of this incident are something I did like. After hearing the story, Sam calls her a hero, but she disagrees. Fragile actually regrets that choice. She wishes that she just teleported and left, even though it would have killed thousands. Fragile also doubles down on this mentality earlier, as when we talk to her in our room, she says how she doesn't care about the United States or bridges. She just wants to screw over Higgs, which is why she joined us in the first place. She's had an ulterior motive from the beginning. She never planned on helping us with package delivery or any of that. She just wanted us to get back at Higgs. It's actually a refreshing take to have, as this whole game has been about altruism and being good. And here we have someone who would have easily let an entire city go to waste just so she didn't have to suffer the effects of timefall. It's fantastic, and is one of the main reasons I love Fragile as a character. After their talk, Fragile leaves Sam with one task: defeat Higgs and take him alive, as she wants to know why he betrayed her. That's going to take some time though, as Higgs is not going to be an easy person to catch, so for now we'll just focus on the deliveries. But just as I say that, we're interrupted by a storm the group calls a supercell. This isn't any ordinary storm, as it drags Sam into it, and once he wakes up, he finds himself in the trenches of World War I. Here in this dreamscape is a man labeled the Combat Veteran, who's actually named Clifford Unger. Now, anyone playing the game should recognize this individual, as they've appeared in numerous flashbacks throughout the game so far. Each time Sam connects to BB, a memory plays of Cliff in a room doing various things, from drinking to celebrating to talking. Deadman says that people with Doom should not be using BBs, as it's dangerous and can also create feedback loops using their memories. Fear and stress are amplified, and the memories start to bleed through from time to time. Deadman assumes these memories are BBs. The thing is though, is that we don't know what Cliff has to do with this. I'll talk about the relationship between BB and Cliff later, but there does seem to be a connection between the two, as Cliff wants our BB, which is why he hunts us. The whole World War I era thing though, we can definitely talk about. Beaches have the ability to change depending on the circumstances. For example, Mama, a character we'll meet later, has a beach that she and her twin sister share. Furthermore, Hartman's beach was shared by a few others because they all died at the same time in the same place. These World War beaches are likely the same thing, soldiers who all died in the same place at the same time and also harbor the same thoughts of anger, guilt, and rage. These feelings manifested their own beach where the soldiers fight tirelessly without end. As for why Cliff is here, well, it's not a great explanation, but Cliff is a soldier, so it connects to his background. Given his age though, he wouldn't have been old enough to serve in Afghanistan while also serving in World War I, so I think it's more of a stylistic choice. Regardless, this won't be the last time we see Cliff, as there are 3 different battles we get thrown into at random parts in the game. The battles play out like a Call of Duty level, which I'm totally fine with as the shooting isn't terrible in this game, especially at close range. But once we defeat Cliff, we wake up on the floor near where we were taken. However, according to Mama, we were only gone a few seconds, so clearly time passes differently here. Mama is one of the few people we've talked to throughout the game, and just so happens to be the next person we're tasked with meeting. We need to meet with her instead of the other way around due to her child. There wasn't anything too wild about this. I figured, yeah, she's a mother and she's trying to work while also taking care of a kid, so naturally she'd be tethered to her lab. I didn't think that she would literally be tethered to her lab though, since her baby is a BT. Mama's life is a fascinating case to me, as it's filled with so many bizarre details that I couldn't help but listen to everything she said. Mama is, as you would expect, a mother, but her real name is Malingan. She's also a twin, with the other one being named Lochna. Oddly enough, they were more than just twins, as the two were literally conjoined together when born, but thanks to a successful surgery, they were able to move independent of one another. But they were still 2 beings in one body and thus had one soul, meaning they share the same beach as each other. Furthermore, the two can feel how each other feels all the time. It's commonly known that twins can sometimes feel how another is feeling even if they aren't in the same room. Well, this seems to be the same for these two, but possibly to an even higher degree, as they use their dooms to sense each other. The two from birth were pretty much geniuses, and would end up also being the creators of the chiral network. Mama handled the hardware, and Lochna did the software. Despite how similar they were in both appearance and intellect though, they always disagreed when it came to children. Mama never cared for children, as she was always engulfed in her work, but Lochna always wanted kids. The problem is that each sister got a different working reproductive organ. Mama was incapable of producing eggs, and Lochna's uterus wasn't able to carry a child to term, meaning the two could never have a child on their own. This became problematic for Lochna, as she fell in love with an employee from Bridges and wanted to start a family together. This was made all the worse when the man had passed away in an accident, which left Lochna suicidal. Thanks to her dooms, Mama was able to sense this feeling in her and asked if she could carry her baby to term for her. Through some incredible ingenuity by combining the man's sperm and Lochna's eggs and then having Mama be the surrogate, they were able to have a kid. They weren't out of the woods yet though, and you can likely see where this is going, as right when Mama was about to give birth, an attack on the city occurred and Mama was injured and trapped under the rubble. She would end up trapped on here for a few days straight. Thankfully air and water were no concern though, as water was dripping down from above. The problem though is that she came to this hospital when she was ready to give birth, so naturally time had passed and she gave birth here in the rubble. But she gave birth to a baby who ended up being her link to the other side. This BT is the only reason she's even alive to begin with. Earlier we saw some sort of ghostly figure reaching out for the baby. This is assumed to be Mama's soul. Her body is only alive due to this umbilical connection between her and her child. As such, severing it would kill her. Eventually she'd be rescued by Bridges but was unable to leave since the BT is bound to this place. All the BTs in this game never move from where they're positioned. They can creep toward you, but it seems like there's only so far they can go. That's why Mama can't leave her child, as she can't be too far from the hospital. I can't imagine the amount of trauma that comes from having to spend the rest of your life near the place that almost killed you. I mean, the rubble is literally right behind her. To cap off this horrific story, she also severed her bond with Lochna, likely due to the shame of not being able to birth her child properly. I'm not entirely sure how that works given it uses dooms, but we do know that the feeling the two used to have where they were able to sense and communicate with each other no longer exists. There's a real depressing irony in both sisters' thoughts on children being twisted around, as Mama became the mother despite not wanting kids. It's a real heartbreaking story. Luckily, we're going to make things right, although that will come later. For now though, Mama wants us to take the Cupid to Mountain Knot City, where Lochna is located.
How did this guy get this up here? That's crazy.
The reason we're doing this is because Mama had a hunch that the Cupid would eventually become faulty, and she also thinks the supercell tornado that we got sucked into may have been created because of the massive spikes in chiralium we've been generating due to connecting all these places to the chiralium network. Given what we're told at the end of the game, I don't believe this is the case, but rather just Mama's hypothesis. This is a common theme amongst this game where we're given unreliable information from unreliable narrators.
What's
It
this?
does make sense in the context of the story, as there's so much about the world the characters don't know, so they throw out random theories based off what they do know. It just makes it harder for the player to
You
piece
trying to
things
build
together.
up here?
Regardless, once we reach the city, Lochner says
Oh,
that
a
she
safe
doesn't want
house.
any part of the UCA or the chiral network for that matter, so we're going to need to do some convincing, such as bringing her sister with us, which means we'll have to walk all the way back to Mama's lab just to go back to where we are currently. It's as tedious as it sounds, but thankfully Mama likes to talk during the trip, so it's not a complete drag. Once we make it back to the lab though, she has a new device for us, gold handcuffs that work as cutters. These should allow us to walk up to BTs and sever their umbilical cords, giving us a way to take out the BTs through stealth. And Mama gives us the opportunity to test them by having us cut hers. Over the months to years it's been since she's given birth, she's realized that the baby likely wants to cross over and not be tethered to the world like it is now, but doing so would kill her, and she didn't want to let Lochner down, as this was supposed to be her child, but she realized that's not right. So the plan is to cut her cord and then take her to see Lochner. This will eventually kill her, but thankfully due to her already being dead, she doesn't necrotize like the other bodies do, so there's no need to incinerate her. I really like the
Hang on,
detail
I'm
here
going
of
mouse
Sam
and
asking
keyboard
Mama
for this
if she's
one.
alright with being zipped up, since her being constricted like this is just like when she was trapped under the rubble. Just goes to show how much Sam cares about her well-being. Too bad Higgs is here to ruin the fun and summon a BT. Now, I don't know what was wrong with the wires in my brain at this point, but after hearing Mama tell me to run and then hearing Higgs say he was going to tweak the rules a bit, my first thought was not to run, but rather take the thing head on with Mama on my back. This not only killed me, but also hurt Mama quite a bit. Thankfully, she can join you in the hot springs and regain her health. These are spread out throughout the map and regain some of Sam's health and stamina, while also giving you a chance to watch BB swim. But it's also possible to have your human cargo join you, which is a really cool detail some people might not know. Once we take Mama to the city, Lochner and her get a few minutes to talk before Mama passes away. Lochner is disappointed in herself as she thought Mama cut off the connection to her intentionally so she could steal her baby, when that obviously wasn't the case. From Lochner though, we also learn that something was wrong within the code of the Cupid. Lochner assumes that someone tampered with it somehow, and given that these two are the geniuses that made it, it's not hard to assume that Mama intentionally tampered with it so she had a reason to go see her sister again. It might seem strange to do this instead of just, going to see her, but Mama couldn't leave without killing herself and the child, so she would have needed someone to assist her anyway. Sometimes people are so wrapped up in a predicament or mentality that an outside force is the only way to get them to snap out of it, and thanks to Sam, the sisters were able to come together again. In more ways than one, actually, as we see one of Lochner's eyes change to blue, the same color as Mama's, meaning the sisters are back to their original form, the one they had when they were born. One mind, one body, conjoined forever. Mama's story is an incredibly sweet tale and one of my favorites in the game. It might seem rather pointless to solve this conundrum between these two sisters when we have a world to connect, but just like with the earlier couple, this is what Death Stranding is all about, connecting people together. These missions are much different than the ones we did earlier because those characters are insignificant to the overall story, and we aren't really connecting them to anyone except the network. With Mama, she was able to see her own sister again, and also come to terms with her condition, as right before we cut her cord, she says, "You have to break some ties to forge others." It's sort of like saying when one door closes, another opens. Sometimes ending things opens up the opportunity to start other things, and Mama, severing her connection with her baby, gave her the chance to move on and reconnect with her sister again. Hauling a corpse from one side of the map to the other takes a lot of work out of you, which is why Sam takes a rest in his private quarters until he realizes that BB's gone. Deadman took it because something's up. BBs are only able to be in service for a short time due to their age. BBs are still fetuses, but after enough time they start to get older and become an actual living being.
You know the drill.
This is a problem as the BBs are designed to be bridges between the world of the dead and the living, so them being actual children would mean they lose their ability to function as intended. Sam and likely the player are starting to get worried as they've likely grown attached to BB, seeing as they're the sole reason they can cross the BT zones to begin with. To save BB, Deadman needs to perform some surgery in order to realign it, but that's going to take some time as we'll be without it for a while. One very interesting detail that comes up during this scene though is that Deadman says that doing the surgery might erase some of BB's memories, to which Sam responds, "Wait, so Lou's gonna forget about me?" Up until this point, Sam has never said the name Lou or even mentioned that he named the BB. This is foreshadowing for later, so keep that in mind. Still though, we're going to be without Lou for a while, which sucks a lot. This trope is very common in games where players are forced to fight without an ability or their entire inventory, and it's the same here for Death Stranding. It just so happens to be one of the most important pieces in our arsenal, and you know the game is going to throw lots of BTs at you just to hammer home how vital Lou is to the team. To add insult to injury, the game also ramps up the difficulty by having you trek through the mountains, which are steep, covered in snow,
I actually don't remember having to do a lot of BT stuff without Lou. Maybe I'm misremembering, but there was like maybe 1 or 2 segments.
And walking through it drains your stamina fast. While I absolutely hated going through it at the time, now that I finished the game, I can say that I at least appreciate the sparking difficulty it's provided. Before we can head out though, we join Deadman in the shower for some alone time. It's not the alone time you're thinking of, given Sam already struggles enough with just touching people, but rather some actual alone time, as the showers are the only places they can't be monitored, and Deadman has some information for us. He repeats what we talked about a few minutes ago regarding Bridges and the secret BB experiments, but he adds that Bridget wanted to also make the BBs not just BT detectors, but also objects that connect to the chiral network in an attempt to facilitate travel to the beach. This never worked though, and after some time, the terrorists retrieved their own BBs, which is why Higgs has one despite not being employed by Bridges. Seeing as Die Hardman is the director of Bridges, he must have had some kind of involvement in this, or at the very least knew what was going on, but Deadman has turned up nothing, and that's what scares him. He doesn't even know his real name and has never seen his face before, so he thinks he has something to hide. This, like a lot of info in Death Stranding, is something that will be explained later toward the final hours of the game, so we'll circle back to this at the end. Getting back to the task at hand, we're told by Die Hardman to link up more preppers in the area, and we're also told that there's a giant tar belt surrounding the city, so getting through there is going to be a problem.
Head to bed. Gotcha. Got it early, on an early schedule. Fair enough. Well, I'm off tomorrow still. I don't know what your plans are then, but I'm still off tomorrow. Maybe we can get something together. We got a couple more days of the beta. Anyway, excuse me, anyhow. Thank you for joining me, Lucas. You enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you when I see you. Damn, the riot shotgun is incredible. That's a lot. And they are geared. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, we doing this. All right. We're not doing this? The bait and switch?
Sorry, Sam. Looks like you triggered an emergency lockdown. Only way to lift it is to neutralize all the hostiles in that room. I don't need to remind you, but killing is the last
Oh,
resort.
I can do that. Are you kidding me? That's all? I missed that guy. Alright guys, come up the stairs. I didn't even mean to negate the scanners. Guys, just come on up the stairs, please. This feels a little goofy. Oh, fuck!
That's that, then. I'm not seeing any other active hostiles in your vicinity. Get out of there and resume your search for the terminal. We need to establish remote access.
God, how much of this is there? I can't carry all this. Maybe I should have brought the first time where I actually could have made use of 2 of those cargo carriers.
Sam, the terminal's in that room, isn't it? Submit the transmitter for processing. With the transmitter in place, we should be able to access and decrypt the remaining records. And now that the terminal is under our control, there's no need to worry about mules or anyone else stirring up trouble down there. We'll upload our findings to the data archive so you can review them later for yourself. Again, great work.
Oh, that's interesting. Got a bunch of weird colors.
Putting this on record in case you don't make it back in time. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. Remember when we took this facility? Hell bent on stopping Bridges from making any more sacrificial lambs. I thought I could save the BBs, I really did. But there's no stealing back a stolen life, is there? They were born into this world. They were a part of it, same as you and me. They deserved a second chance. But in the end, I could only give that to one baby girl, and even she didn't last long. Another child on my conscience. Along with all the other BBs they tricked us into carrying. All in service to a new America. So many crimes. And we were complicit. Turns out, the whole thing was the vice president's idea. Bridget knew nothing about it. Stumbled on that little revelation after you left. Just goes to show, you can never be sure who the real enemy is. Anyway, on my last legs, in case you can't tell. Cancer, terminal. If you come too late to see me off, don't go carving me a headstone. Take it out on the bastards who built this place. I need you to deliver a message to the best and most fragile part of me that I pray lives on. I'm sorry. I did everything I could, and it wasn't enough. But I had to try, even if it meant leaving you, even if it meant robbing you of the mother you deserved. Don't suppose you're wearing the other Masanga now, are you? I think of you every day. If nothing else, I hope you believe that. I never stopped loving you. And I never will. Bridges wants to build a new America on the bodies of murdered children. I left my family behind to gather men and women like you, to mold you into the soldiers I needed to stop them. Peter, you and my girl can lead the way. You can make a better world together. You can do it. You're a fighter, and a damn good one at that. I should know. Trust in each other. Trust in your methods. Trust in your vision of America. And please, keep my little girl close. Keep my fragile safe. It's only right. You're like a son to me, which makes you her brother.
Okay, that's some interesting lore. Loving memory of my beloved daughter, I'll forever cherish our moments together. Sleep sound, my darling. And then the rest of these all say the same thing, it looks like.
Hold on, Sam. You're not authorized to build on that spot. Sorry to say, you gotta find somewhere else.
get a move on.
Any chance at all that you guys have another one of these in here? No, doesn't look like it. Nothing worth stealing either. I will take high density though. Anything high density. I hope we didn't miss anything. I don't think we did. Nothing here either that I really care for.
Focused.
I think I got all the good stuff. Probably the end of that storyline, I have to imagine.
Don't be afraid.
Safe travels.
What are we looking at here? I just want to see really the zip lines is the main thing. We have some clear... Well... Is there any chance I can get around the BTs this time? Or am I gonna have to fight? Alright, I also lost just about all of my weaponry. Oh, what is this move? I got void outed. No, I just got eaten. Okay. Oh. That was a void out. Guys, we got void outed. Oh, and they took all my shit out of my car again. Is that everything?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Sam. Decontaminating. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Somebody's happy.
See what we can do here. Actually, hang on. Lost cargo? Yeah, I don't want any of this stuff. Get it out of my inventory. And I also want to shove all of this stuff in there. All of our loot.
That's a breathable container, remember?
Level 1 PCC? I don't really need this.
Thank you for your contribution.
Was there anything else here? Urgent wind farm. We don't need to worry about that. Alright, we're heading back home.
Begin to spawn. Safe travel. Pleasant journey. Safe travels.
And it should be clear everything up till then. I think that's actually really funny that they let us get a void out. I really like that. I need a bridge here is what I need. That wouldn't do anything because I still ran into a BT. Why is it so foggy? Has it always been this foggy over here?
Still got it.
Where's the music? The music? The music? Guys, I really don't hear it. We're gonna get to the destination before the music starts.
Scanning bridges ID. Welcome to Capital, not City. Proceed to distribution center. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping terminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam.
Well, we made it back. want to see, is there anything else here? 10 container repair sprays. Now, it seems like we did everything here, unless the ship motors have been severely damaged. Which it looks like they have.
Welcome. Oh, that was crazy fast. Crypto. Okay, safe track. Yeah. I swear, I'm not imagining.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to redo this one. Actually, I think all... So what do we have here? Precious artwork. I don't know. Precious artwork, motors, and the flag spear. Can I see what the S plus, what the S requirements are for it? If I redeploy that, I think I asked this before, does this get healed? Oh, it does. Oh, I can just redeploy them all. Okay, yeah, things are looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's redeploy these.
For your contribution.
Oh. Okay, well, that one's not that bad. It's just, yeah, a few more for this area. A few more. We're almost finished. Although, for that one in particular... So here's what I would like to do. I want to get a zip line set up through this area, connecting up to, like, over here. Good zip line system there.
Your work is greatly
Alright, if you're wondering, if you want to watch the rest of the video on your own that we've been listening to, I said the title. The title is A Story Analysis of Death Stranding by Gingy. And we are 54 minutes in. If you want to finish that on your own time.
Good morning.
I don't know if I will or if I'll save it for the next time that we do Death Stranding. But we have... Oh, we got a lot of new stuff. Victor Frank. Port Knot City's a real boom town. Jake Wind, you should be president. Nick Easton, you're the great deliverer, all right. The Ludens fan. Ludens are our saviors. Designing the UCA flag from Die Hardman. Fear is pleasure from Deadman. The Egyptian view of the brain from Hartman. What became of Fragile from Fragile? The President's Ghost #1 from Bridget's former guardsman. This is a long one. President's Ghost #2 from Die Hardman. A Porter's Note #2 to our beloved daughter. Fragile's mom was called Coffin. Memo #3 from mother to daughter from Coffin. Okay, and that is everything. Alrighty. That is gonna be it for me. I really have to pee. Really badly. I gotta pee. Again. Again. That's gonna be it for me. Oh, it's been 4 hours. Didn't feel like it. What do we got here? Kraken is playing Peak. It looks like he's doing a new Peak update. Ellie Minibot is what is she doing? Lullaby ASMR? Is she think she's just she's doing singing, light singing. Uwo's Lab is on a subathon. I have not been checking that out, although I really should. I should see what he's been up to because it sounds fun. Eric's is doing Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher. Okay. That is that. Yeah, we'll continue that. I think we'll continue that. That video. He's still just recapping the story, which is all well and good. You know, I could have missed something. And then I'm interested to see in, like, the breakdown is what I really want to hear. I want to hear the breakdown of the, like, themes and stuff. If there's more to it that I was not picking up, which is also possible. Thank you guys for joining me. You enjoy the rest of your night. And I will see you when I see you. Goodbye.